And we're back. Welcome back. I was very happy with how we ended up closing out last time with our story here, giving us a good reason to, one, go to the ranch, and two, being able to see what happens to that timeline if you don't interfere. I think that's really important. All right. So. Oh, let's say, hang on. Oh. There we go. An Earth Fair? I've never heard of Earth Fair. That's interesting. Don't you hate it when the good stores close? I hate that. All right, so. For the beginning of this, the first thing that's going to happen is that the immediate concern is that of what happened to the ranch. We're going to solve what happened to the ranch. And so, first things first, they're going to just tear their way all the way over to the ranch and find out what's going on. And so they run over. And this is what they run into. Someone was up to some no good mischief and blocked the road to Romani Ranch. So, we're right here. This is where you can see the extent of the damage. And this guy's been working for a while yet. And the question immediately on Lincoln Tattle's mind is, how the heck did this thing get here? There would need to be some kind of indication as to where this rock slide took place. Obviously, we just have this as a big boulder. I find it very unlikely that the Gorman brothers would have been able to actually put a large boulder here. So it's probably more like a rock slide. And so to the casual eye, this would seem like an accident or just a natural disaster. But a little bit more investigation would reveal, or at least provide some indication that this was deliberate. Dang it. Exactly. I mean, the rock slide looks like a rock slide, but you have enough investigation and you realize something doesn't look right here. This might have been not so natural an incident. Grab 100 over here. Now, since Link and Tattle had just recently learned about powder kegs and all that stuff, they already know the answer to this dilemma. Since they already know, then the solution is obvious. I grabbed the... I did. For some reason, I couldn't remember if I'd gotten the bomb mask. I got the bomb mask. So, it's a very quick and easy operation. Wait, what? What? I already did this. Did I not go back and inform the guy that I had... Oh gosh. I don't think I did. I think I blew it up and then we went right in to deal with the the gold and the thing. So I'm gonna have to do this all over again and blow up the thing and get permission to buy powder kegs. That's fine, because I'm not planning on doing anything that is... anything outside of the ranch, I'm not planning on doing immediately. Plus, we have time slowed down, so it's not like there's anything that is happening in a hurry. Yeah. There's not a whole lot that happens in the ranch area, and thankfully pretty much all of those things can be done in a timely fashion. Though for us gamers, it probably at the initial look seems a little strange. Because normally, you figure out the thing, you go to the ranch, you pick up... Oh. You get Epona, and you have the thing to go to the ocean. So, immediately go to the ocean. It makes perfect sense. But since we're trying to craft a story out of this, it makes more sense to keep the story at least relatively focused. The only thing that I am trying to figure out how we can rope into or tie into this particular section of the story is the swamp spider house. If for no other reason, then we've technically already done the swamp, and there shouldn't be any actual reason for Link to go back to the swamp. The way that the story tends to roll out, everything is relatively self-contained, or at least should be relatively self-contained, if you get my meaning. Like, the progression, more or less, except for Clocktown, which is your central hub anyway, and so coming to and from there makes sense. Once you've finished with the place, you should be essentially finished with the place. But, particularly since the Swampside Spider House has a mask inside, it becomes appropriate and necessary to try and address it in some manner that makes sense. There we go. Okay, well, we got it regardless, so that's good. So it took a little bit of extra time, but it was free. So I'm not going to complain all that much. Regardless, having obtained the powder keg, Goron Link would come by, and our Good Samaritan here is worn out. He is taking a break. Man, why is he doing this? He's either doing this because, one, he is being paid to do it, like it's a commission, maybe an order from Clocktown, I mean, they're all workers. They all seem to be relatively related. Or maybe this person has a connection of some kind with... Darmani comes by. Well, I mean, that's why we decided that our Goron and our Zora are not actually going to be mistaken for Darmani and Mikau. Because that just creates all kinds of identity theft problems beyond just the legal implications of, yes, I am Darmani, who you already know is dead. I'm wondering if this workman has some kind of connection to the ranch of some kind. Perhaps a family friend. Obviously, Cremia's parents are dead. And so she insisted on running the ranch herself, but she's not alone, basically. She has a family friend who has been trying to help. And so perhaps then he's worn out. He's been working trying to pull an all-nighter trying to get this thing, and it has not been worked. So he's dead tired. And the first thing that our Goron Link and Tattle do is get rid of this bot. Sorry, that has nothing to do with our story. But they help him rest and recover. And it is through helping him. They've said that they've come to help. And our workman here is very grateful. He's been trying really hard. This is really slow going. He doesn't quite understand where the rock slide came from. This might even be a conversation that happens when Link and Tattle first show up before going and getting the powder keg. But that's describing where the rock slide came from. Yes, it's part of the story, but I'm saying in order for the narrative to make more cohesive sense, my suggestion is that we make that tweak. Because nothing changes if they just bear a resemblance to them, even if they know that they are dead. I don't know you or where you came from, but there's something about you. Maybe because you remind me of Darmani, or you look uncannily like Mikau. It takes care of so many more problems than it creates. The only problem it creates is, why do they trust this stranger? Which honestly has been a running problem for every hero that comes wandering into a place that they've never been to before. But if you get rid of the identity theft, you take care of the oddities of you're Darmani, but you're not Darmani, or you look like Mikau, you play like Mikau, but I know you're not Mikau. And there's the fact that how in the world does Link take his leave when both Darmani and Mikau, the great heroes of the day, are just walking out? Where did our guitarist go? It makes no sense. No, they don't. You're right that they don't, but I still think it solves more problems if you don't have Link masquerading as Mikau. Besides, he already has Ruto at home. He doesn't need this other girl thinking he's somebody else and getting on him. He doesn't need another popular Zora woman getting up in his business. Anywho. So, by helping to take care of this situation, Link then learns a little bit. That feels like 2000. Well, give it a bit. Maybe after Ocarina of Time remake, they'll give us Majora's Mask remake, and we'll get whatever it is that they're doing. I don't know if that's going to be the case, but it's not impossible. Oh, I should not be running all this way. So, once they... I'd buy it. Anywho. But that's me. Great to see you again, Max. Okay, I'm sure we'll find some. I know some people who'd be very happy. Such a great game. Anywho. So, once the passageway is cleared, both Link and the workmen will come on in together, and the workman then will kind of be the go-between to introduce Cremia to Link. Or Link to Cremia, however. Both directions. He's the introducer, as it were, so that Link can actually meet Cremia properly. Assuming I can't. There we go. There it is. And so, there is a... First off, just thanks all around. Thank you to our workman, who would obviously need a name at this point, for working as hard as he does to kind of help traffic between the Milk Town and Clock Town, and obviously to Link for helping secure the means to reopen the path, because the rock slide has obviously completely stopped all traffic. And the introducer. I am the introducer. You see, I introduce people to people who can get things done. Oh, gosh. You would. Now, we have already had this scene in our time before this time jump. So, Link already knows that Epona is here. But this time, as Romani is bringing both him and her family friend over here, they see in the distance that there is a happy Romani running around, practicing with a bow, and the two of them kind of meet, or at the very least, their eyes meet. And obviously, the two of them are about the same age. Cremia has more business to discuss about all the situations with the family friend, and so Link takes the opportunity to come and meet Romani. This is a really awkward kind of conversation to have, because Link knows what will occur if nothing changes in the next 3 days, but he doesn't know exactly what is going on. Thankfully, Romani is super talkative and makes this a whole lot easier for him, so he doesn't have to try and beat around the bush of, okay, what's going to happen? Do I have to, try and be a bodyguard without being a bodyguard? It's the kind of conversation that Link and Tattle might have actually been having themselves as they were making their way over here is, okay, we know what happens. How are we going to actually, get into this without causing a ruckus or making people think we're crazy? Because time travel. Well, thankfully, the conversation goes really smoothly, and Romani names Link Grasshopper, which... This isn't... Hyrule has never been a place where someone's like, ah, young Grasshopper, you have yet to learn much. So I don't think Link necessarily goes in that direction of, why are you treating me like a trainee or whatever? Besides, Romani thinks it's cute. It doesn't take long for Link to ask Romani why is she practicing so earnestly with the bow, which is something that Link did not see her with pre-time jump, because she was all the whole time. So again, very, very easy for Romani to leap into this exposition, something that she has seen. In addition to this cutscene, we would see at least one time where Romani just happened to wake up in the middle of the night, maybe sneak outside, peek behind a door or something, and see that the aliens are coming for the cows. She was lucky because it was very close to sunrise, because she had made a noise that stopped them from taking the cows at the onset. They were going to investigate her hiding spot, but then it happened to be dawn, and the aliens, or ghosts, or whatever you want to call them, just vanished in the sunlight. But Romani knows that they'll be back because they haven't been defeated or anything, and so she's been training. Romani says she's recruiting for an assistant. Link already knows now he really knows what's going on. And so he says, he basically volunteers himself immediately of, first off, Romani was something like, no one believes me. I think, did she say that she tried to tell Cremia? Regardless, she would certainly say that she tried to tell Cremia. And Link saying that he believes her immediately gives I'm doing this. Romani's all in on it. And they start to make plans. Discussions about how best to guard the barn begin in earnest. I could see a part where Cremia and the family friend are discussing farm stuff or whatever, and they turn around like, oh, looks like Romani and that little boy are getting along so well. I wonder what they're playing about. And Cremia would be something like, oh, I'm sure she's dealing with the ghosts. I'm sure things will be, perfectly fine. It's, innocent playtime, and she's getting better with the bow, which is always useful for keeping us protected, yada, yada, yada. Basically treating it as this will be nice playtime for Romani, and it goes right over to both of them, like, hard at work, legitimately brainstorming, how can we do this? And Link brings up the suggestion of, this is a big ranch. We need to be able to get around fast. Well, the only horse around here that's big enough for either of us is, and she gestured over to Epona, but she doesn't really like people. She's kind of okay with me, but she's not that. And basically, Link would almost immediately just kind of go over, because obviously Link and Epona are already good friends. And so, immediate demonstration of their relationship, their friendship. Which just makes things a whole lot easier for... First and foremost, it reunites the two of them. In fact, in this one, Romani is the one that re-teaches Epona's song, but that's a song that Link would already know. If anything, Link is demonstrating the use of Epona's song to Romani. Oh my gosh, thank you. So this is why I use the bunny hood instead of Epona to run around. Take care of these things. Did I need to do that in under a minute? Okay, good. So yeah, we don't need to worry about Romani teaching Link this one, because obvious. this training takes, or this planning, shall we say, takes a decent amount of the day. And so, of course, Link is going to be staying the whole day with Romani and Cremia. And so he volunteers as part of that to assist in the chores around the farm. Just being an extra hand, which there's only the two of them, plus the family friend whenever he stops by. So they can really use the assistance. And so Link would help in whatever way that he can. He has spent time on Lon Lon Ranch, as we've already discussed, so he knows a little bit about how some of this stuff works and proves to be a big help to the sisters. As part of that, helping with the Cuckoos makes sense to me. The thing that doesn't make as much sense to me is, well, this. And I'm trying to decide how this would be done effectively. If for no other reason than having these chickens just spontaneously become adults doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That's not how chickens work. This is not Pokemon. Magic is magic, but at the same time... Because I know about the Pied Piper, but the Pied Piper of Hamlin did not turn children into adults by magic. He drowned a bunch of rats and then stole all the town's children. That's not how Pokemon... That's not how chicken growth works. So I think turning this from a Pied Piper marching tune situation and taking it more into a helping this guy with the chickens and helping them grow. Maybe there's like a sick chicken or something that Link helps to recover. Well, I know what the concept came from. I'm just saying that the spontaneous adult evolution, which is what Grog wanted, doesn't make that much sense in terms of how a story functions. It's cute for a gameplay moment and using the mask, but I don't see it. Am I missing one? Oh, there it is. There's the last one. I know all about the Pied Piper. I know where this came from. I'm just saying this doesn't make sense. So instead of having something like this, having more animal care type of stuff, dealing with a sick animal, yada, 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 I think it gets the similar kind of love of these animals, seeing them all, pressed and happy and yada, yada, yada. He feels better about everything, and that is the overall arc that occurs here. Most importantly for me, I get the best mask in the whole game. Because this is the best mask in the whole game. We love the bunny hood. Bunny gonium. Okay. Now, I forgot to buy the big bomb bag. So we're going to do that in Clocktown tonight. And that's just for personal... Get that taken care of. haven't dealt with the postman. Okay, I think we can deal with the postman in connection with the Anju quest. So I'm not too worried about that. So, if that is the case, then I don't think there is anything else in regards to our story that needs to be done. What are the alien skulls about? I did need to do it in a minute. Okay, I need to do this again. Pretty sure I need this if I need another bottle. Dang it! I think I got this. Ten seconds. Oh, wait, there's one other thing. There's one other thing that we can do. And I need to make sure that I do this. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. I guess we didn't. Whatever. The other thing that needs to be done is that Link and Tattle are still concerned about the landslide. Where did this landslide come from? Who stopped them from... Who wanted to cause this landslide? What was the point? And so there would need to be some kind of evidence trail, maybe footprints or something, that would lead Link over to the Gorman Ranch. Link and Tattle would just be investigating on their own, trying to figure out stuff that is going on. Probably on Epona because it's faster. The easy reason. It's, well, we'll just follow this and we'll go faster on Epona. So we go faster on Epona, and eventually it is a... This is where they meet the Gorman brothers. And I probably should have talked to them off of Epona first, because let's do this. Okay, let's do this. We can... Ah, darn. All right, well, just kind of... You get yourself introduced. Link gets introduced to the Gorman brothers, and it's immediately apparent that they're very shady. What you doing snooping around here, kid? And, you know, that kind of stuff. And they would have seen that he had come from the ranch. And, already about the rumors about... their stuff is watered down, or etc. Maybe you don't know this kid, but Link has been there all day. Of course he's had some actual Romani milk and knows that it's not watered down. So he already knows something's up with these guys. And then, of course, as a part of this, they, like they did before, it's like they're insulting Epona. Link's not having it. And Epona's smart enough. She's not having it. And so maybe being a little hot-headed, Link basically says, put your money where your mouth is. Uh-oh. Come on, come on, come on. Ah! Dang it! Ah! That's my bad. Oh, I hate that. Oh, that's right. They charge me, don't they? That's fine. I have plenty of money. This is what I get for thinking about this story more than the actual race. How much about horses do we think Link knows? Because, I don't know, just looking at these character designs, it seems like the Gorman's horses are not very well taken care of. And I just kind of wonder if Link recognizes it. There we go. I don't know if it would mean anything. It's just kind of something that is bouncing around in my head. So instead of them giving this mask to Link, I think what would make more sense is they're rifling around trying to scrounge together some kinds of funds or something to give Link as a prize because they bet on the race and lost. And that gives... Link is just kind of standing there looking around, maybe trying to find evidence of their clandestine activities. And one of the things that he finds is this mask. And before the Gorman brothers can see what's going on, he quickly stashes it away. Because it seems like it's important in some way. So, leaving it behind, Link and Tattle, I can see Tattle saying first, is like, oh, those guys did it, I just know it. And Link is, I agree with you, but we don't have a whole lot to go on, much less any way to actually get them to stop. Maybe they're behind the whole ghost alien thing. I don't know why I keep forgetting how that's run. It might be a topic of conversation that Link brings up with Cremia. What is your relationship with Gorman Brothers? We could get into some kind of a convoluted backstory, or at least a more in-depth one, where, like, they were old family friends, but there was a falling out. They thought they got cheated out of something or other, or their greed caused them to try and rip our family off, something like that. I don't think it necessarily has to get that complicated. At the very least, it doesn't have to be explained. All we really need to know for the story is that the Gorman brothers have some kind of grudge against Cremia Ranch and has attempted to just made their lives miserable. This is it's an uptick in their criminal activity. Not even necessarily criminal activity, but it is certainly an increased level of aggression. They've never gone so far as to block the road off before. There's a part of me that thinks it might be cool to have some kind of coming to terms. Something involving Gorman, since those are his brothers, and he left to become a performer, etc. But it feels mildly disjointed at the moment. It seems more like an interesting relation, distant relation, and less like a key plot point that needs to be addressed. Like I said, I'm only here to to save the old lady's shipment so that we can get the bigger bomb bag. And we don't have to do anything until midnight anyway. Until 2 in the morning anyway, so we have plenty of time. It is 2, right? $2:30. Perfect. Plenty of time. Something that's always kind of bugged me. In terms of gameplay, it makes sense for the old woman to come out of here and go over here. Just because it gives a little bit more space for, for Sakan to run, so Link has plenty of opportunity to catch him and to get the stuff back. But the bomb shop's over there. Obviously, the woman would come in as close as to whatever entrance is the closest, because it's the safest route. But you'd think that she'd just go in here. You know? Because this would be the way back to the bomb shop. Maybe her house is over there or something. Or maybe she's just old. Which way is my home again? Oh, I can never remember. Well, I'll just go this way. Ends up wandering around town for 4 hours. Grandma, what are you doing this late? Up this late again? I was just getting a shipment. Yes, Grandma, come on, let's get you home. Implying that this lady should be in a nursing home. I don't know how I feel about saying that. Daisy, I will get to your question, because I do want to brainstorm a little bit about it, and in fact, I think I have a direction that I want to go in with it, but I wanted to wait until we were dealing with the aliens until I get into it. One other thing as we are waiting for this last thing, something that I keep meaning to talk about, but I haven't, at least I don't think I have, is in regards to the time travel I think I did talk about this, but the time travel nature of all of this and the fact that technically every single area resets, including the troubles that everyone's having, which means if you want to deal with whatever good stuff is happening afterwards, you have to go beat the boss again. I think the best way to take care of it is to have the curse or whatever be encased in the remains. So once Link takes the remains, as far as the story is concerned, it's as if the curse and the troubles caused by Majora's Mask never happened, or at the very least has already been resolved. It's like one of the few things that carries over past and through time. That's why the giants are able to come, because we have the essence of that evil contained and separated from the regions in question. It's true. It's true. Time travel as a whole is a fascinating mechanic in terms of storytelling. Like, what would you do if you could do it all over again? That kind of stuff. But as we have seen in Zelda and in so many other media, you start messing with the time-space continuum, you lead into so many paradoxes that nothing makes sense. Okay. So that's why I'm trying to at least try and resolve those conflicts, though knowing full well that there is but so much you can do in order to resolve those paradoxes. Because Link has been staying at the ranch all day, Premia invites Link to spend the night, which Link accepts. Romani is very excited. They have not told Romani about their plans, because Premia has already said, I've tried. She doesn't believe me. So, just, we do what we must, as it were. Hey, wanna... Oh, huh. The tree does not shake. And so, together, Link and Romani come outside. They sneak out together, and they are taking their posts. We have Romani going inside, but on the whole, that doesn't seem to make much sense to me as far as a plan goes. So I think having Romani being stationed just outside the barn as kind of a last defense type of deal would make for a more dramatic, cool team-up kind of deal. So at the very least, both of them are participating in this effort. Just a little bit more fun that way as far as the story is concerned. But the overall what happens and what the result is works perfectly fine. I like that the puppy will help you by telling you basically which one is closest. Woo, you are all right here, aren't you? You are all right here. Holy crap. Uh-oh. Sheesh! As for our aliens here, that's a great question as to what the heck are they doing here? What is their origin? What's their deal? And it's never really explained. As we said before, Link was kind of running on the theory that perhaps the Gorman brothers were the cause of the cow thievery. Maybe they were, like, dressed up as whatever ghost alien things that scared Romani. Uh-oh. But obviously, that turns out to not be the case. There we go. Maybe Romani's dad did something to anger them. That's a good option. Regardless, I think what I would like to do here is afterwards. Oh, that's where we get the... Afterwards, they both go to bed. The day dawns as it should, and everything is right and well with the world. And so dawn comes the next day. And both of them get up. They're very, very tired because they've been up for most of the night. But the conversation here runs about as it goes. Because at the very least, Link looks like he is completely tuckered out. Oh, Link passes it off as it's been a long time since I've done ranch work. I'm a little sore, which is only half true. And the offer, though, is to take Link back into town that night. Rest up, feel recovered. I'm going into town to finally deliver milk for the first time in what seems like forever. Would you like a ride? I'll take you back home, back to town. That sounds perfect. Thank you so much. But Link is still curious as to what in the world these aliens or these ghosts or whatever came from. And so he spends time looking around the ranch, trying to find some kind of hint, some kind of indication as to where these things came from. And his investigation, because there are remnants of things left behind, there is a trail of sorts that is going to lead him to a particular Scatola house. This is where we're going to move the swamp spider house from the swamp. Ah, dang it. And instead, moving it into a location that is relatively close to the ranch. Since this is the fastest way to get there, that's why we're going over here. I am hoping that I don't need the hook shot in order to do this. Honestly, I don't remember. So, here's hope. If I do need the hook shot, then I'll just have to come and do this later, but I do feel like this is the best place to put this particular thread of the story. I should probably talk to this guy as far as just for footage sake. This might create a... What am I saying? It might change something in the... Ow. In the design of the ghosts. Maybe if they look more spider-like, or maybe if the spiders look more alien ghost-like. But I think creating the connection there would make things work out a little bit. Now, is the alien situation, is that simply an outpouring from the... Come on! I haven't had this problem before! Thank you! There's a part of me that thinks there has to be a way to do this that doesn't involve needing the Goron. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if you could do all of this as just with the Deku Mask and fire arrows. Oh! No, you don't need the fire arrows, because you just need to get in. I think you just need a Deku Stick. Regardless... Oh, that! I need an ocarina. That's what I need. This helps. I remember how these songs go. Don't worry about it. That's to give you an idea that there's Scatolas in there. We're gonna find out. There's one. I think there's a second one. Hey! I totally guessed on both of those. I promise. Okay, back to our how is this related to the ghost aliens situation. Oh boy. Please come back down in a way where I can get you. Because I do not have a hook shot. Oh, thank you. Thank you for making my life easier. Okay. Back here. Come on. Get back here. Thank you. I should do this before I drop down accidentally. Good. How many are there? 20? 20 sounds right. Oh, I can't shoot crap. Oh, it's over. He's over there? Crap. Which means I need the hook shot. Ah! Dang it. I need the hook shot and I don't have it here. That sucks. You've ruined my day, sir. Alright, fine. Regardless, this is where I feel like this is most appropriately placed. So our only question is, how does this function in regards to their relationship? Just having it being an outpouring of cursed magic or whatever, I think works. Gosh, imagine if it was something that Romani's parents did that cursed them or whatever. That would just be sad. They had to sacrifice themselves in order to make sure that it didn't spread out or particularly affect their daughters. Ooh. That'd be dark. But it does mesh. It matches pretty well with everything. Considering how dark this game is, I think it could work. Sounds pretty good to me. All right, so all of that would take place during this second day. And unfortunately, this means that we're going to have to just do it on our own afterwards. Which, of course, I'll do it on my own afterwards. I mean, on my own as in later on, probably during this very stream. Regardless, Link would come back in time for the ride home. I don't think there's necessarily anything about this conversation that needs to change. I think this is really good. The conversation is good. The fact that Link is going without Epona, I don't know. On the one hand, this is the only good spot for Epona to stay as, like, a horse, to be properly cared for. So, while Link isn't necessarily, like, abandoning Epona, it's like, this is the best place for her to stay while I am here. And then we can go on our own later. So that could work out. You could probably expand the conversation a little bit, especially with her friendship with Anju and the wedding. Though Cremi is a little hesitant to talk about it. This would be Link's first solid lead, for example, about who Cafe was and what his relationship was with... He didn't know who Cafe was betrothed to. well, this is how he would find out. Unfortunately, that conversation does get cut off by this detour into ugly country, as Cremia is about to put it. Here we go. Link would, through this fight, obviously see the hoods and be like, wait a second. Dude, I am not doing it. Instead of just mindlessly shooting these guys, because obviously, technically, these guys should be dead several times over. There would be a lot of... basically a high-stakes chase, as it were. Scaring the horses, getting them to dodge and swerve and stuff like that. I could see Link, maybe, for example, shooting the strap on the saddle of at least one of them, and so one of the Gorman brothers just flies off. That would be something. This is definitely a thank you gift. Not necessarily like acknowledge you as being an adult. This is your proof of membership. Go drink, as it were. But it is a this is an official membership card, basically, to the milk bar. Slingshot would probably make a little bit more sense, but we're gonna try and use what we have. This here is where we would... Oh, look at this! I can climb on top of the railing. That's fun. We need Zora Link in order to do this part of the story. And so there really isn't a whole lot we can do here. So we won't. But story-wise, I think right here is the prime opportunity for Link to interact with Toto. What's his name? What's your name, sir? Oh, it is Toto. Okay, Toto. Toto and Gorman, and have this whole scene that occurs. We can't do it right now because we need all of our masks, but technically that shouldn't be how that functions, because having all four of us together when it's just one person doesn't make a lick of sense. So I might wait just a bit to get an initial encounter, as it were, but it is something we're going to have to revisit as soon as I get the Zora mask. The only other question that we need to answer at this point is, why does Link and Tattle decide to go to the bows and alien heads in the notebook? Wait, what are you talking about? What notebook? Oh, those? Those are masks. And the bows is rewards. This is basically telling you the stuff that you've gotten and other important events. I'm familiar with that. I'm not worried about that. They do kind of look like alien heads. You are totally... We're totally justified in that one. Speed this up a little bit. So why does Link go towards the ocean and not the canyon? Okay, I think I know. So we'll have Link show proof of membership. Starts at a 10, right? Oh, come on. Making me wait. Anyway. Gorman gets to go in early. There we go. Okay. So, this is how it would happen. So, we can't do the musical thing, like I said before, because we don't have all of the masks, but... Milk. It's milk. Can you get tipsy from something like milk? It's a funny in-joke. And this is where everybody gets on about how this is... Milk makes Hylians drunk, but it's a bar. It's a bar. We all know it's a bar. Don't worry about it. So we can't do the actual performance. However, this is where we would have a conversation with Toto. We would have both Gorman and the whole, oh my gosh, Ballad of the Windfish, Lulu, all that kind of stuff. But the conversation about Lulu and the Indigogos leads to a discussion about the ocean and why, or the mysterious goings-on at the ocean, as it were. And so, moved with that impression, that is what leads Link and Tattle to decide that that is the place that they are going to go to next. I'm going to deposit this money, and then we are going to head in that direction via time travel. Okay. Did not mean to. Doesn't matter. All right. So, oh. Don't know why I keep forgetting the notes here. but I do. All right. Someday I'll actually remember these. I think I got it that time. But obviously I messed up the Song of Time, so I remember one, I forget the other one. Now, first thing I'm going to do is get some supplies. We'll grab Epona and head to the ocean. Whee! Come on, give me supplies. That's money. That's not supplies. Got some bombs. There's a start. More money. There we go. That's what I needed. All right. Looking better now. So... let's get ourselves to the ocean. I don't think there's a whole lot in the initial meeting with Macau that requires too much alteration. We also don't even necessarily need to bring Epona to this. It's the only way we can get over the fence, so we had to bring her along. Doesn't matter in this case. The first thing that Link and Ted will notice is the fact that this place looks completely deserted. There is nobody around. I think this would be the first time that Link has ever seen such a large body of water. Now, one of the problems that they mention is the water is A, murky, and B, unusually warm. I don't know if water temperature means that much in terms of this kind of adventure, so I'm not... I'm not sure how I feel about that. At the very least, I don't know if it should factor into what's going on. The water being murky should make sense. That anyone could see that this doesn't look right. Whole bunch of water together. I've seen Lake Hylia. You would think this would just be a bigger lake, if salty. No, this water looks strange. That's unusual. The other thing that looks unusual is this flock of seagulls. And Tattle, looking at the seagulls, also notices that they are flying over a Zora in water. No, I already did that. I want to pull you. Maybe I have to push you. Here we go. So, Link gets Macau to shore, and also gets him to a place, probably against like one of those boats, where Macau can sit up and lean back against it as he is struggling onto land. Like, I don't even think he would have been able to make it these many steps. He is so just out of it. The guitar is visible from the beginning. And Link does his best to keep him alive, basically. Try to make him comfortable. I'm actually wondering at this point, does Mikau have to die? I suppose in order to get the mask, it would make more sense if he did die. Okay. Alright, I guess we're keeping it. Mikau is dying right in front of Link. Not the first person to die right in front of him, so I guess there we go. He doesn't stand up and burst into song. That makes no sense for somebody who is at death's door. So instead of this whole rock out session, instead, Link is trying to communicate with them. He's trying to get some kind of rapport. And the fact that there is a guitar there leads Link to pull out his ocarina. And so he's playing some notes. The Mikau is responding. Still has a very good sense of rhythm, if a very slow one, because doesn't have a whole lot of energy at this point to play something like this, much less do something like this. And so this is how their rapport gets started, and struggling, breathing softly but calmly. There is a mild composition where this information then is brought across about Lulu, the eggs, the pirates. And once again, the story of regret. Yeah, so spoken word, I think, is the term that we're going for here. As this conversation is unfolding, Link is playing along with him. The tune is slow enough and easy enough that Link is able to match it. And there is a uniting of souls, as it were, through the power of music. I think that works out pretty darn well. And so the tune, slow, mournful, it eventually turns into the Song of Healing. I feel bad about this cutscene because it's Mikau reuniting with Lulu and going back to the band. Except he's never going to be able to do that. And so, instead, this would need to be some kind of bittersweet farewell from the band. But recognizing that they need help, and Lulu in particular needs help, as well as the whole ocean. His wishes then are passed on, as well as his guitar is passed on to Link. So all Link knows at this point is the immediate situation regarding the eggs and the pirates. So the first real order of business is to try and get a bit more detail regarding the situation. Ow. Oh, you know what? I need to do this. We always have to have the first time. Because body horror. Okay. This is a thing, right? Those who recklessly break pots will be fined. Well, great. I think we get a thing for breaking all of this. Well, that didn't do it. Oh, and I have, like, no money. That sucks. Ah, so close. So, oh gosh. Maybe a little closer? Nope. Too close. Now I'm out of money. Wait, I'll just have to eat the loss? That means I can just keep breaking pots. I'm just gonna keep breaking pots. Seriously? Okay. Let's back up a bit. Obviously, I've gotten very distracted. I need to back up a bit more. Straight. Oh, seriously? Come on. Okay. I'm very close. Back up a little more. Cow has more range than I gave him credit for. A lot more range. There we go. That's it. I just get money. All right, fine. I'm a little disappointed. I just got money for that? That's it? Whatever. Okay. So, of course, this is also the time where Link gets to figure out what it's like to be a Zora. Like, dang, I have a lot of respect for Ruto now, how much it takes to do all this kind of stuff. There is a question here of... Does Link tell anybody about Macau's death? He's not recognized as Macau here. However, this is definitely Link's opportunity to meet the different members of the band. this is where Evan is. I think he should probably meet Evan, well, second to last, basically. The question is, how is... how's this gonna go? Basically, what order is he going to see them in? Okay, so this is where Evan is. Just wondering, how are we... See, all the band members in a funk. I think that's where we need to start this conversation. If this is where they usually practice, they don't necessarily have to all be locked up in their rooms. They can be in different locations in the hall, just doing stuff on their own for whatever reason. Obviously, we have them all next to their instruments here in order to provide a, here's our drummer, here's our bassist, all that kind of stuff. But they don't have to be in their rooms to do it. Instead, what we can do is provide a opportunity for Link as not quite Macau to meet with and interact with all of the band members. This is the first time Link has ever had to basically convey news of someone's death. And so it's something that Link is he's uncertain about how exactly he should be going about this. And so, I don't necessarily think we need that kind of line here. Siri, hello? Maybe Link is having as much trouble figuring out how to share the news of Macau's death as I'm having trying to figure out this plot line. So I guess asking around, he would first be led to... I forget this guy's name. I don't actually know this. Oh, Tijo. Or Tiho. It's probably Tiho. T-I-J-O. Tiho. He is trying to get the information across, but doesn't really know how to share the news. And it is in that conversation that actually Japas himself decides to come up. And he's looking for Macau. Because he's bored as heck. The rehearsal's been delayed. And at first, he actually thinks that Link is Macau. Like we said, he's not... He doesn't look exactly like him, but he looks... He's not the spitting image, but he does look enough like him that at casual glance, you could easily be mistaken, just like we did with the whole Darmani situation. And so, at first, it's like, oh, Macau, there you are, Ivan. Wait a second, you're not Macau. No, I'm not. I'm... And so, very stumbling, trying to say that I kind of know him. I saw him recently. Well, what's going on? Well, I'm not entirely... Again, Link's having a really hard time figuring out how to communicate this information, which creates a very awkward kind of silence. And Jopis is the one who actually breaks the ice in this case, because Link did take Mikau's guitar with him, and so he recognizes it. Oh, that's Mikau's. Why do you have it? He asked me to take care of it for him. Oh, he must be involved in something really important. Can you play it? Well, and that is the beginning of Link and Jopis' jam session. And while Link has never really played the guitar before, we've seen that having the body of the person, it really kind of catches on really quickly. And so it is the... It's Link's ingenuity and his ability to follow along with music that creates a jam session that brings the first real ray of sunlight into the concert hall that they have seen in several days. Oh, dang it. Nope, that's not it. Hang on. Darn it, that's not what I wanted. I have the notes, I just forgot which one I was starting with. That one. Perfect. That's what we wanted. So this jam session, which is not being held in a private area, but a pseudo-public area, draws as much attention as what we're going to see in just a second. And it does more than draw the attention of passing Zora. Oh my gosh, who's this person? He's playing the guitar like Mikau does. Holy cow. It draws the attention of Evan, the band leader. And so he comes by. And basically calls Link over for two purposes. The first purpose is to basically try and get this musical inspiration out of his out of the ether, basically, and onto actual sheet music. So we have to transform into Link so that we have the whole, oh, he would never listen to Mikau. But in our version of events, Link would still be Zorified. And there's a very, very quick composition session, basically. Nice. It is after that jam session that Evan looks at Link and recognizes, first off, it's Macau's guitar. He's playing as good as Macau, but he's not Macau. What the heck is going on? Link, again, is completely uncertain how to break this news, but Evan is not in charge of this band for no reason. He is a very discerning individual, and he eventually gets the picture, and he kind of guesses that something horrible has happened. And finally, Link is able to break the news verbally that Macau has died, and relays what Macau told him in regards to the Gerudo pirates. And this is where a little bit more information is given in regards to the Gerudo. They don't generally do this. Or at the very least, they don't tend to antagonize the Zora, because the Zora generally don't have anything that the Gerudo are interested in. They don't have huge stockpiles of rupees. Their main attraction is their band, and what good would they get with holding a band member hostage or something like that? It's not worth attacking them or stealing from them, so usually they don't. So this is a very odd turn of events for the Gerudo to do. And so, in order to kind of show the effect that this is having, Evan would then take Link out into the back. There would not be an immediate exchange like we're going to have to do here in just a moment. But they would see Lulu standing out, staring at the ocean, staring towards the Great Bay Temple, and just silent. And Evan would talk about how sad this is. Lulu is always a bright and cheerful woman, always singing, beautiful voice. That's why we wanted her in the band, just like her mother before her. Yada, yada, yada. And so Evan would turn to Link and say, we don't have anyone who can help us. If Macau entrusted this to you, can you do something? Link would look, and he would see that Lulu is looking at him. Again, that very sad face. Very forlorn, almost as if she has given up on everything. And Link would say that, yes, I think I can. Tell me where the Gerudo are. And so Evan would direct him to where the Gerudo fortress lies. Would you guys stop that? Evan would also tell Link that once he has gotten the eggs, what he needs to do is go to a place where the eggs can hatch, because the other thing that Evan will point out is the nature of the water. And Link would have to respond is, what's wrong with it? And he's like, do you not know? Well, I'm not from around here. I'm usually, I haven't seen anything bigger than a lake before. Trying to put off the fact that he's not a human, not a Zora, therefore. Anywho. So the discussion about the murky water, the abnormal temperatures, short story being this is not conducive water for the eggs to hatch. And so he would also direct him to where the lakeside professor is to provide some information as to where not information. Lakeside professor has been prepping an incubation, a hatchery, basically, for Lulu's eggs. So Link would meet up with that Zora that we just talked with, and that Zora would actually direct Link down here because he found a hidden way inside. I need a this. I don't think that's good enough. Nope, it is not. I hope that's good enough. If not, I'm gonna have to come back anyway. There are plenty of good opportunities for a stealth mission type of deal down here, which is great. Love a good stealth mission. It's a lot easier to take care of those things when I don't run directly into them. Don't want you. It's an interesting way to patrol a water area, if you ask me. I think it made more sense if there were Gerudo standing on top of the battlements. Something. But I don't think that's something we really need to nitpick. Most of this stuff is just gameplay fun things. That is not the button I wanted to press. I forgot that's something that I needed to do. Awesome. Just keep going. Hopefully. I think this is just money. It totally is. But hey, 20 rupees is 20 rupees. I actually have room for it, so awesome. Why, look. Even more money. Nothing like robbing pirates. Hey. Is that the one that I want? I feel like... maybe it is. Okay. I'll just bunny hood this then. This is why we have bunny hoods. To make life easier. And faster. We can probably intersperse scenes of Link going through some of this place with some of the activities of some of the higher ranking Gerudo. If we wanted to. We don't necessarily have to. In fact, in some ways I kind of prefer, honestly, how things play out narratively speaking in regards to looking around. Oh, we have overheard a meeting. That probably works better in this case. Can I be... what's up here? Oh. It's this. Do this. See, the frustrating thing with this whole area is the fact that we're not actually given any indication as to where we're supposed to go. So that is what gives us the direction of, ooh, that must be the way we're supposed to go, because they emphasize this as an important location. Additionally, I kind of do that, so it's another option. That's right, they can hear me move. I forgot that's a thing they can do now. They have smarter guards here than they do in other places. There we go. I also think they get back up after a little while. Which, as a side note, not something we would... this is not something that would probably happen, because as soon as either a Gerudo wakes up or is discovered by another guard, this entire place would be in an uproar. It makes more sense for this to be as much of a stealth mission as humanly possible. I do like this part. Because it's an overheard conversation. It gives you all the information you need in both the eggs as well as the sneeze snakes. Additionally, there is a reference here to the Skull Kid, which is always good to have with these major plot points. Though I do have to say, it is odd that the Skull Kid / Majora's Mask would have these pirates trying to raid the temple, unless it's just another cruel, twisted trick of the Skull Kid that's warped by Majora's Mask of, oh, this place is full of evil and yada yada yada. They'll get flown off by the cyclone. That'd be hilarious. They might die. You know, evil pranks, quote unquote, like that. Also, the fact that we get to chase them out with a bunch of hornets is just great. I think that's awesome. Link has to go outside and come back in, but for our story, I think it'd make more sense if they just drop down from above. I'm having a hard time deciding how much these items should be involved in the narrative. Mostly because I haven't really thought about it. So I guess I'm just gonna keep ignoring the topic until I'm forced to think about it. Okay. There are a couple of annoyances, shall we say, in regards to the current setup, gameplay speaking, and that is primarily the fact that there are 4 eggs here and I only have 3 bottles. And I remember where 2 of them are. One of them is actually here in the Great Bay area, but I cannot get to it without the hook shot. Oh, hi. See? They revive. Well, since I've already been kicked out of here, I guess I'll go now. Oh. I guess I'm gonna get kicked out a second time. That works. I'm fine with that. Because a lot of what I need to do right now is mostly in terms of gameplay, the stuff that I said regarding lack of bottles, so on and so forth. I probably should have just teleported over here. Oh well. Now, there is... We'll need to go back in and grab the other eggs. And we might discuss a little bit about some of the things that happen in the Pirate Fortress when we do that. However, a lot of it kind of translates back over to what we had already done relating to the Gerudo Fortress and Ocarina of Time. Which mostly amounts to causing distractions, sneaking around, causing chaos in some form or another, and occasionally needing to fight off some of the... You know what? I would like to have more areas with this. I'll do this real quick. Because what we need now is a way for Link to get out naturally, quote-unquote, to the... I did not bother to buy that darn bomb bag, did I? That's the second time! I've saved the old lady! I can buy a bomb bag! Forgets to buy bomb bag.
Hi.
Someday I'll remember. Just making sure I have enough. That should do it. Okay. Oh, I remember where the other milk bottle is. Okay. Regardless, I would not have had the others anytime soon. So, in our gameplay, the way to get the... to get out to the sea, to where the sea snakes are, you have to come in here, you have to talk to the fisherman here, who's got the hots for the pirates, because they're Gerudo, what do you expect? I don't know. Link would... basically try and get out to Pinnacle Rock on his own. And just like what that fisherman just said, keeps getting lost, keeps basically not getting anywhere. Here, he wants a photo in exchange for the seahorse. Which is fine for our purposes, but I feel like this is a good way to include the spider house here. Just like with the whole alien situation, The murky water is strange, but it's not necessarily the cause of everything. And so our fisherman guy perhaps may direct the link to basically a cursed place, like the spider house, as a means to maybe try and appease the local spirits or something to that effect. This is kind of a loose... Oh, you know what? Even better. Once we get through this, and the primary reason that I am doing it is because if you get this done on the first day, someone will give you... Someone looking for shelter will give you the giant's wallet. Hopefully I'll be able to do this in enough time, which I should be able to. I'm familiar enough with this place to get this done. So instead of having a random person pop in at the end and being like, ooh, this is a cool place, can I have this? Instead, it will be our fisherman looking for shelter, and he says that if we can clear this place out, he will then give us the seahorse. Oh, come on. There we go. Thank you. What? Thank you. Now, in this building, obviously, we have these Stalfos, and these Stallchilds. And they're here on orders from Captain Kita. The thing is, I don't know if it makes a lot of sense for them to be here on the other side of Termina looking into stuff. On the one hand, this would make for a good way for Link to first interact with Captain Kita's subordinates. On the other hand, there is a bit of a problem here because is it okay to tell the guy that this place is cleared out of creepy undead things when, in fact, this place is chock full of Stalfoses? Not entirely certain how I feel about that. Oh my gosh. You wouldn't tell him? Well, I think the only, or not say the only way, a potential way to figure that out would be to Link would need to assure the he would want to be confident that the Stout Pulses or the Stout Childs aren't of any actual risk. And so, they will not reveal the information that they have discovered in this place to Link, at least not initially, because he doesn't have any authority to tell him anything. However, they have been trying to deal with these Scatollas because they have been a source of consternation. They can feel the cursed energy that comes from them. They're a cause of distress in the general area. At the very least, they suspect that... Oh my gosh, these stupid... I don't have time for this. Thank you. So the details involving their investigation, who sent them, etc. It's a blue. Blue, green. This is a horrible way to brute force this. Blue, green, blue. Yellow. Blue, green, blue, yellow. Nope. Blue, green, blue, yellow, blue. Blue, green, blue. Yep. Yellow, blue. Yes! It's my last chance. I'll take it. I don't have to come back later. The only reason why I brute forced it. Oh my gosh. Do not have time for you. In fact, I'm already worried that if it's in the nighttime, it's not going to count. Here's hoping. You see, now I'm thinking of why in the world would they be here in the first place? Which, there are some options, honestly. Oh, there we go. Got more arrows. Not what I needed. Not what I needed! Is it 30? It must be 30, because I'm hearing more of them. Okay. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it must be 30. Which is fine. Okay. Here's you. Heard you. And then one more should be up top. Excuse you. Thank you. There you are. There we are. Okay, now here's hoping that finishing at 6:30 doesn't preclude me from getting the Giant's wallet. Because I'd like to not have to come here and do it again. I'll do it if I have to. I'd just prefer if I didn't have to. Run! 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 I should have Goron'd this. Oh, good, he's here. Perfect, thank you. Thank you for making my life easier. Okay, so instead of this guy... Thank you. It is our fisherman, and in exchange for clearing this place out, he assures him that everything is safe in there now. He gives Link the seahorse. Now, I'm trying to decide if I should involve the beavers in some way. In order to involve the beavers, we need to have a reason for the beavers to get involved. Which, obviously, is kind of a no-duh kind of statement. The problem is, I'm at a loss as to what that would be. because we have basically everything that we need already. Obviously, having another bottle is important, if for no other reason than I am a shameless completionist, but as far as our narrative goes, we have the means to get to Pinnacle Rock. We already know about where to take the eggs. Nothing else seems like it's part of what it is that we need to do. So either I am missing something, and the thing with the beavers has to take place before we go to the fortress, or we're in the process of getting stuff and the beavers maybe steal something. Which actually, that could be an option. This does seem very side questy. But it could be that because we are told by the beavers that they absolutely love bottles, maybe they grab one of the bottles with an egg inside that Link already has, or maybe an empty one, doesn't really matter. And a chase needs to ensue in order to get that bottle back. It's about the only thing I can think of. If anyone has any other ideas, I will welcome the input. Rupees! I am fine creating a side quest type of deal with the beavers, but I would like it if it paid some kind of dividends beyond just, oh, we got this, we lost a thing, we got it back, we move on. That basically amounts to filler. If you start with the status quo and the whole point is returning to the position that you were in before you lost the thing, then there isn't really any point to it. There's no development. There's no progression. You lost a thing, you got it back, nothing was really learned or gained. Pirates would not be sitting still after someone had robbed them. Okay. Okay, I think I know how this is going to go. But we need to start by getting back to the shore. Okay. I'm going to unload these eggs now because I have them. Just more convenient. Which is a little bit of a slow process, but not too bad. Something I need to remember to do at some point is I need to get a whole bunch of fish, and I need to basically feed those guys. But that comes later. Because that really doesn't have anything to do with anything that we're doing. I don't think I ever knew that this stuff was back here. Take it! Useful stuff! Okay, so... this incident that we are creating with the beavers could probably happen in a number of different spots. These are big lifelines. Holy crap. Honestly, though, it probably would best be done almost immediately after Link first leaves the concert hall. As I said before, the only reason why I haven't gone before this point is because the only way to get up there is with the hookshot. Which... major damper on trying to streamline anything in this game. Really annoying, but... if we're doing this in terms of plot progression, it makes more sense to have the beavers be a thing pretty early on. Because then you have at least enough time for them to make a sudden appearance, and it's up, but not so long that you kind of forgot that they were there. I wonder why his eyes look like roulette wheels. Like, what the heck? This is not necessarily a competition that goes on, but more of a legitimate chase scene. Because Link needs the bottles in order to be able to safely transport the eggs without them dying. So it's really important that he gets them back. Uses the bottles that he has and gets this one back. We'll be fine. We have plenty of time. I've spent so much time focusing on getting the rings. It took me a long time to realize that we're basically going around the Beaver's Lodge right now. But I think it's kind of cool that they actually do set this up in a way that kind of sort of makes sense. Go. There's one. How is he supposed to swim with an inner tube? Your design choices make no sense. This is Norbert and Daggett, by the way. They don't have official names, so I'm naming them after the Angry Beavers. Because that was a fun cartoon. What have we done? Actually, before I started the stream today, I was, random video that popped up on my YouTube feed was out of context Angry Beavers. So that was kind of fun. Those jumps are always the hardest. But we seem to have landed them pretty well. Of course, still a couple more, so I better not jinx myself. Should be fine. Okay, good. We did the thing. So there's our bottle. Now, I believe... Where are they? You should remember the Angry Beavers. That was good stuff. I believe I can get a piece of heart from them if I do it again. Okay. I think I'm confident enough in my memory of how the dungeons and stuff works. I can be like, yeah, we'll just waste time with side things right now instead of later. I'm just glad I don't have to do harder versions of the archery contests. Ugh. An angry bee. I'm chasing something. That is not how beaver tails work. Beaver. Ah! Good job. Oh yeah, plenty of time. Plenty of time. Done and done. I could. I totally could. Also... thing about tails is technically if his tails are splitting, that means he's not a fox. He's technically a fox spirit or kitsune. And most such ghostly apparitions and whatnot from Japan are not quite as friendly. They're mischievous little buggers. That's putting it mildly. I know it doesn't need to be, but... Well, Sega was made in Japan, so... Also, this is a really bad time for me to trying to read chat. Trying to read while racing through this stuff is a bad idea. Not the best kind of, not the best kind of multitasking one can do. Well, yeah, sure, Tails said he's a two-tailed fox, but he also doesn't know what he is. Ah, crap baskets. See? Worst time to be multitasking. There we go. Okay. Woo! There we go. That's what I came for. Please let it be over. I can leave. Okay. So. I did try to keep up. And I survived! I didn't have to do it multiple times, so... Go me! We'll take that as evidence of success. It just crossed my mind I could totally detour again and go back to deal with the milk bar and the spider house. Part of me kind of wants to, but I've already gotten all the way over here. I probably should just keep going for efficiency's sake. I would like to get the story of the ocean to be as close to done as possible. I will almost certainly at this point go 100% on this, which is fine. So I'm getting be offended by that. Oh, that'd be a weird thing to be offended by. Good. All right, let's not get caught while we grab these other eggs. That would be smart. Start with the one that I got caught going towards. This actually makes me really glad that I have bunny ears, because it reduces the amount of time I am at risk being captured. And thank goodness, guards don't look up. Ever. Hi, beautiful. Okay, I need to not do that. There we go. Yeah. You? Pretty much. Not law of hypotenuse. Not really a law. Pythagorean theorem? Physics. It's physics. It's all physics. We'll go with physics. We love physics. I love physics. So there's that one taken care of. There. So. What is it, puppy? I'm gonna say Pythagorean theorem. Ollie. Don't know why Ollie Bork. Why Bork? I don't know why Ollie Bork. You probably heard something. That's the crazy thing. I walk and the Gerudo turns. She hears me. So I gotta wait to make sure she doesn't... There we go. A green one. That went a lot easier. Okay. Oh, whoops. Too early. Too early. Need to get up there first. Okay. Alright, fine. Just stay there. You. There we go. And then... I guess I technically have two routes here, but... I thought these led out. Right? Oh, no. This one goes in a different direction. That one leads out. I need to go to the one that doesn't lead out, which is over there. Also, I chose the wrong way to get over here. But hey, it's only wrong if you get caught. That's it. I should have gone this way to begin with. Here we go. Let's go into the corner. Make my life easier. Orange. Orange, be glad we did this. Man, you'd have been down in 2 strikes! Come on! Obviously, she needs more training. Okay. Hang on. Before we keep going, take a look at this. I only just now realized that that is an arm holding a scimitar. Just now. That looks like a boot. Doesn't that look like a boot with a sword sticking out of it? I thought that was a boot. That looked like a boot to me. It would just be me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for justifying my silly inability to properly discern the appropriate shapes on a Nintendo 64 game. I appreciate that. Sure, whatever. If you say so. Show off. Oh no. All right. So, obviously, the infiltration and thievery in the Pirates' Fortress has caused a massive hullabaloo. We jump ahead till after dealing with the sea snakes. Link is coming back. He's rushing towards the laboratory. And that's when the pirates show up, hot on his heels. And it is in trying to shake them off that the beavers show up. The beavers show up and they help distract the pirates and lead them astray and basically kind of careen them into the foggy, murky waters that just get them utterly turned around about everything. Which means Link is able to bring the rest of the eggs to the laboratory, and the hatching of the Zora tadpoles can commence. I am pretty good about the music being taught and played as such. I think that works out. Though, I don't think they would necessarily be forming notes on the wall. They would probably be, like singing them or humming them in Baby Zora tones. Because this is the song that Lulu was singing to her eggs while she still had them. So it's kind of like imprinted on them. Side note, but I love how the old guy is just rocking out. It's funny to me. Did I forget? I did. I forgot to activate the owl statue on the other side. Oops. Oh well. Okay, well, I have a moment, and it's still nighttime. I'm gonna go run and take care of Clocktown and the... Not Clocktown specifically, Milk Bar. We have enough time, we can take care of this. Because there isn't anything else about that discussion that we really need to worry about. I do always like to try and mix up the order in which I do the... I add the instruments, though, because I think it's fun. By the way, who's the doorman here? I don't see a doorman here. I just see the guy serving the milk. I'm gonna start with the drums this time. Beautiful. Drums have been drummed. Guess we'll do Zora next. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That is not what I... There we go. Come on. Silly joystick not doing what I think I'm doing. This one, I'll add the horns last. Just ignore the fact that I'm basically creating clones of myself. I also would like to appreciate the fact that Toto is directing us with his cane. I think that's kind of fun. The only thing that really bugs me about that tune, it's a great tune. What bugs me is the fact that they call it the Ballad of the Windfish. That is not the Ballad of the Windfish. We all know what the Ballad of the Windfish sounds like, and it's not that. It bugs the crap out of me. If you're gonna call it the Ballad of the Windfish, better freaking play the Ballad of the Windfish. I would have loved to see that. / hear that. Just makes me sad. It's fine. It's a fine tune. The circus leader's mask, for some reason, it makes me feel like, well, we need to fill out this roster of masks, so we're gonna make this one. It fulfills no actual purpose, so... We'll take care of the spider house in the swamp while we're at it. Now that I finally have a freaking hook shot! There we go. I'm just killing everything. Awesome. Hey. Ah! There we go. Over here. Okay. Here we go. All right, let's try this again. Now. I need to make sure I get bugs, because I will need bugs. Question is, where are bugs to be had? Bugs really only to be had in the back area? It's fine if it is, it's just... Oh, is that something I have to wait? Dang it, it just went. You... Are there any other ways that we can make this more connected to our aliens? And we kind of already decided how we were going to make it darker by connecting it to the deaths of Cremia Romani's parents. I'm not sure what else we need. Come on, you. There you are. Thank you. Oh, no. Oh, aren't there... I think there are some bugs in this room. Now, can I remember... I think it was this one. And this one. Nope! It was this one. Or not. Maybe it was this one. There it is! It's fine. There's you, there's you, there's you. I need to wake you up. There we go. We got this. We got this. No, I don't want that. I want this. Thank you. There's two of you in here. There's one. There's the other. Should be hitting day 2 right about now. Yep, there are the bugs. There's you. 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 And you. Bugs for everybody. When I say everybody, I mean me. Bugs for me. All the bugs for me. Okay. And do you for now. You. $18. $20. There's a whole bunch of them in the back one. And then hopefully I have the right amount of bugs. You. There you are. I knew there was a second one. Yes, Ollie, I know. Oh, that worked out quite well. Usually they end up bouncing into the grass, and then I can't find them again until I hurt myself. See that one? Got you. Nope. Okay, I'm not hearing any more, so we're good. Missing 4. Isn't there one in the water that I've missed? There he is. Okay. Then we have you. Get in that hole. Chuck out that spider. Thank you. Looks like there's another one right here. And then the last one I think is up top. We may need to interrupt save. It's a little annoying. We'll see. All right. Let's get over there. Yeah, it's that bean plot right over here. Perfect. Only needed the 3. Of course. And it's right on top of me. There we are. So, over the course of going through this, finding out the fates of Carmilla and Romani's parents, this is a relic that Link would find in the place, and so he would remove it as a means of dispelling the curse. Okay. So, now that we've taken care of those 2 things that I had to take care of out of order, we can head back. And get back in order! All the way over here. The nice thing is we don't have to go back inside. We can just swim around. It'd be a lot better if I could actually see these things coming. No, I just somehow inadvertently run into them every time. See? It's annoying. Much better. All right. Thank you for the stuff. Thank you for this stuff. And getting back to... So, with the song, basically this happens as we have it. Link brings it back over. She's still feeling depressed. Link starts by trying to have a conversation with her about what's going on, and she's feeling rather hopeless about it. And so Link then resorts to the song to try and raise her spirits, which it has that effect. It is evidence to Lulu that her children are safe. Which is, of course, a great relief. But then it also has the added effect of waking up a giant turtle. You know, I would say any night's a horrible night to have a curse. Curses just suck. I'm trying to decide when is a good time for Lulu to be given the news that Mikau is dead. They know that, obviously they know that Link is not Mikau, but I think it's going to have to wait until after. Perhaps it might be one of those situations where Lulu kind of feels it in her heart that Mikau is gone, and that's yet another reason why she has been so depressed. But, yeah, it's probably not something that happens until after this dungeon is dealt with. The turtle would talk a little bit about the nature of the storm cloud around the entire bay, but especially around the temple. But he knows the way, as it were, and he is protected. So while Link and the turtle go through everything, plus the turtle's really big. He can withstand this. This is why they're out here. Because they were chasing Link, they got lost, and then they get swept up in the cyclone. I think that's a better reason than just the foolhardy, we gotta go get the riches, eggs or no, go! No. I think that's a more logical reason why they're out there. Now. Oh, well, berry. Berry's nice, but not what I was looking for. Really? Is there just the one? Oh. Huh. Oops. Actually, that works out well for me, because I need to come back here anyway. It's faster! Oh, of course I missed. There we go. Here's our first one. Tattle and Link would need to have a conversation about why it's so hard for Link to break the news to literally everyone about Mikau's death. Har, har, har. And I think this goes back to this overarching story that we're trying to tell with Link here in terms of I will admit I'm slightly more annoyed than humored, because I am trying to have a serious conversation here. It was a little funny, yes, but at the same time, I am trying to craft a story here. No, I won't cut you out. Not take too much editing. I got other things to do. There have been funny moments in our discussions. Dang it, I have to kill these things just to be sure. Oh, no, never mind. I didn't need to be sure. The fairy hair had disappeared. Alright. Because before, Link has had a hard time admitting to the fact that Navi is gone, and the instances of loss that he has seen thus far have only reinforced that point. But now, having to communicate loss to someone else, it's, in a way, it's kind of making him face up to... Oh, I hate it. Face up to the losses that he is trying to avoid as it is. Okay, so something else in here. I need that one. Oh my gosh, I actually got it first try! Yes! I feel competent! That was first. Ah, dang it. Now to try and remember where these darn berries are. I did not want to do that. Thank you. Did I? Oh gosh, I think I did. Let me... Thank you. This is what I have done previously to try and get these. And I probably... To be fair, it's really easy to get lost in this dungeon. This can be a very annoying dungeon. If for no other reason than these stupid swimming controls. Alright, you know what? Forget it. I need the ice arrows for this area. I'm just gonna come back when I have ice arrows for this area. There. As far as dungeon diving goes, Link and Tattle have more or less figured out their dynamic. There we go. What the? Okay. That was weird. So, there's... I would say you could have a bit of a montage at this point, showing Link and Tattle working together in the background while they are discussing the challenges of needing to break the news like this to somebody. What does that involve, and what does it involve having to... Dang it. Stop it! What does it mean having to break the news about that to somebody? Not to mention the challenge of having to watch Macau die right in front of him. It's not the first time it has happened, no, but it's still not an easy thing to have to go through. Okay, I could have sworn there was... No! See, that's it. That's the thing that I need. There we go. Also, that's a really annoying place to put that. What? Oh, fine. I'll hook shot up and make that annoying for me. I don't have a lot of... Well, no, that's not entirely true. I'm having difficulty trying to figure out the nature of the conversation, I guess, is the problem. I don't know what the best way to make the conversation flow. Or what the overall point of the conversation should be. Because the final goal of all of that talk would be for Link to eventually come to terms with losing Navi and being able to cope with that loss. I want every dungeon to lead Link in that direction. It's not enough for people to point out that these places kind of follow the pattern of the stages of grief. I want Link to go through that process himself. Play into that process as a means of storytelling on a more direct level. Hi, buddy. Anybody want some grapes? Okay, this is going to take forever. Just trying to speed this up a little bit. Maybe not the safest way to do it, but it's faster. I love it when the fire takes out some as well as knocking them off. Ooh, that got a lot off. Come on. Come on. Go. Thank you. Ah, I knew as soon as I fired. There we go. There's the big one. All right. There we go. Okay. We can do the thing now. Ah! Owie. Sudden realization that maybe it would have been good if I had a fairy. Oh well. I got it. We're fine. So let's see here. What stage are we at? Stage 5 is acceptance. What's the stage before that? If we go with that as our guide, we can get a better idea of what the conversation topics are between Link and Tattle during the dungeons. Alright, that's good. Because it's denial... I know bargaining's in there somewhere. And then acceptance is the last one. I don't know what the other two are. It took me forever to figure out Tattle's hint that you can freeze the Octoroks. That's what happens when you spend an entire game with an ice arrow, never actually needing to use it for anything. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. So this would be the depression stage, then. Oh, did I need to double check this. I need to make sure that there aren't any fairies in it. I don't think there are, but there might be. Okay, good. Okay, now I can get all of the things in here. Starting with... Oh, I could have hookshot it over here in the the first time around. Oops. So actually, that flows pretty well with the discussions that we were already having in regards to Link being unwilling to talk about death and everything that's connected to it with the cow, because it's hitting far too close to home. So you start... The conversation kind of wheedles out everything that has been going on in Link's mind in terms of doesn't want to admit it, doesn't go to... That's true. That is very true. He has seen, up to this point, he has seen, aside from evil monsters, he's only seen, as far as we can tell, one other person die. And that was in Hyrule Castle Town right before he went to the Temple of Time. So there's certainly a lot to unpackage there. I don't think we necessarily need to get into all of those facets, since, I mean, that's some complex writing you're trying to put in if you're trying to get into every single one of those. I would think of it more as a, here's another aspect to think about all of the factors that would be leading to Link's current state of mind. But the focus of the discussion would be on I have yet to figure out how I want to deal with the whole frog thing. Ugh. Where is my bunny hood? Make life easier. These are fun boss concepts. I have to crap! 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 Ow! 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 I'm being punched! I'm being punched! Ow! 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 Link is not a boxer. Especially not an underwater boxer. Holy crap. That's something to look at. Ah! So close. It's gonna make some great footage, though. Goodbye. The annoying thing, again, there's this whole deal with Don Gero and the Frog Choir, and I have not done anything with it. I haven't even thought about it yet. It's gonna have to come later. All of that, gotten the water going, which means it is time to flip the do not like how this makes me attempt to dive. Should not be diving there. Can I be... I guess I have to do both, right? Guess there's no problem with taking care of this first. I guess we'll take care of this first. There we go. Grab this one. Lock this one off. Now, the way everything is set up, I'm probably not going to take care of the Great Fairy until after the dungeon is dealt with. But there is still a... The way we've had this set up, the Great Fairy is in the temple itself, each one. So, is there a good way for the Great Fairy to be involved in this discussion? Now, I don't have anything that comes immediately to mind. The challenge really would involve creating that discussion and then providing some way then for the Great Fairy to provide a point of elucidation for that topic, the questions that Link has been asking. Which, when it comes to loss, particularly when it comes to abandonment, because this is the major thing that's going on here. Navi isn't dead. Navi abandoned Link, or at least it feels like Navi might have abandoned Link. He left. She left him. That failed. No! Fine, we'll do it this way. Did I not kill you? Did I just stun you? Really? Ugh. Is it just magic down here? Looks like it's just magic. What about you, sir? No, you just get stunned. That's ridiculous. You should not just get stunned. It's freaking electricity. You should be dead. Whatever. And of course, that doesn't kill you, it just freezes you. What? I hate you. Trying to do this fast, and I'm just getting myself pestered at every turn. Thank you. Finally! Okay. I am trying to get up top. Please let me do that. Thank you. So hard sometimes. Good. No, I don't. I wanted to press the pause button. Actually, I wanted to take off the Great Fairy Mask and then press the pause button. There we go. Oh, gosh. Things we do. I don't think I have fully prepared myself to have a discussion about life, death, and loss. Darn it. It's like it's a deep conversation that I wasn't ready for, despite the fact that I understand the nature of this game basically invites those kinds of discussions. I wasn't ready. Wait, how come I'm sorry, what? That was weird. Whatever. I guess. I don't know. There's a whole bunch of random fairies I gotta pick up here. Assuming I can. All right, good luck. Thanks for being here. There's that. Get that. Which... Oh, I totally can get it from here. Nice! That is an angle I don't normally do that from. Okay, just 4 more. So I don't think there are any more in here. There are not. Great. Which means I can just focus on getting out of here. You to come down. Go back up, and then you're ready to freeze things. Go. Over and over. Awesome. Okay. This is probably one of my least favorite fairies to get, because this one is just hiding unnecessarily. Such a hassle to get if you don't know this. I don't think it's over here, but I can't be sure. Oh, I think it's in that treasure chest. That sounds right. Up. Up. Over. Let's deal with that boncho. There we go. Simple as that. I'd like to not fall. It pleases the court. Thank you. Two more. I remember where one is. They might both be in the same spot. Real convenient if they were. This brings us back here. I've taken care of everything here. Hey. Thank you. Oh. Oh, was I? Dang it, I was already here. Dang it, I was already here. Now I have to do this again. Ah. Oh. I have made some poor decisions. It's fine. I can get through it rather quickly. But I am mildly disappointed in myself. Once again, trying to get through this quickly. And I am not getting through this quickly. At least this part will be done quickly. Assuming I don't fall down. Hey, we do a better job this time. I say as I somehow inexplicably fly up the wall. Okay, it is the bottom. We're going to the bottom one. Okay, yeah, there are only two. I'd say the last two are here, which is good. There's this one. Got it. Long day indeed, Shimigami's. Just any normal day, I'd be done already. Obviously, it's a long day for me too. I really don't. Long day for me tomorrow, but I'm not streaming tomorrow. Okay. Last two. Ta-da! Hey, I don't want... Thank you. Thank you. That is what I want. Watch those luscious locks push those oversized keys. That's it! Overcompensated. Thought I needed a roll. I did not roll. I did not need to roll. Barely landed. Overcompensated. Water. Or as they say in Wind Waker, sploosh. Of all the corrections to make, that's a pretty easy one to make. Alright. I don't have as much woody origin type of stuff to deal with this fish because I hate this fish. This is almost as bad as the other fish that we just took care of in Link's Awakening. Except I will not be holding my breath for this one. That would be a little bit much. I could definitely see, though, Georg here, or Georg, causing all kinds of ruckus throughout the... like, throughout the time in the dungeon. Okay, nope, that works out. That works out. That works out. Go. Well, I've only really played the one, so... I don't know. I never got this for the 3DS. Neither of the remakes for the 3DS I ever bought. I didn't feel like there was a need to. Do they really have to sound like boo? Oh, dang it! I'm usually better than this. There we go. Oh well, it's fine. I got footage of Link in a fish. Go! Zappies! Yeah. Okay. So, causing a ruckus, making his presence known. Instead of having this stand-up, up-down type of thing, I could definitely see a little bit more of like an aquatic chase kind of scene, and Link maybe needing to set up traps or something along those lines. I don't want to make it too much like what we had to do with Got, Maybe instead of us chasing Got, the fish is chasing us. That'd be kind of fun. Just switching up the mechanics, as it were. Yay! And once again, wrenching the mask from the dead fish and creating yet another transportation to another massive guardian deity. The conversation is probably getting a little bit longer, or at the very least, like some expression of gratitude for freeing them. So, hey, we need your help. We helped you. You help us. If we leave things as they are, something terrible will happen. The voice needs to be pained, because help our friend is the message here. I love the fact that we get this wrong, or Tattle gets this wrong. And with this, you'll do this if we help the last one, the response actually is sad. Even though there's not enough time for the giant to respond, something is off about the mournful plea that doesn't just... It implies more than just the giant, which I think is important here. Okay, a couple things we need to do before we close off for the night, because we're already running overtime. I need to turn on the lights. See, everyone's ready to go, but we need to turn on the lights. This is not something that Link would do. This is something that the stage people would actually do. So things are getting ready. People are feeling good about stuff. But one of the major things that needs to happen as a part of this is that Link has been convinced through talking with Tattle and with the Great Fairy, whom we have not seen yet, but would be in the dungeon, in the temple, that being able to understand the truth and being able to, and processing through that truth is important. Like, it needs to be done in order to grow, to move on, and to understand and accept what has happened, even if it is hard to do so. And so, afterwards, Lulu is there, and Link would, coming back, first off, the whole band is there, and Link would confirm that the things in the temple have been dealt with. They can tell, like, things are better, this is great. But there is, of course, something that Link needs to tell everybody. Evan already knows, because Evan had guessed it, but nobody else does. And so Link has to finally transmit the message that Mikau died trying to recover the eggs. They would have already, like, gotten word from the professor, the ocean professor dude, that the babies are fine, they're healthy, they're ready to see their mother. Maybe even during some of this time, she's already gone to see them. That might even be part of, like, some of this post stuff. And then they have to have a discussion about what's the band to do. They have lost their lead guitarist, which, just as a band, is kind of important, but also just the emotional toll. What are they going to do? Lulu is the one that asks Link if, for at least briefly, could he fill in Macau's spot? And that's a big shock because everybody knows that Macau and Lulu were an item. But kind of along the lines of, I want to do this for him, in his memory, in his honor, as a final thank you and a farewell. That kind of whole deal. And Link hesitates, but ultimately decides to accept as something to honor Macau as well. So obviously they need to rehearse a little bit, but is where that continues. I think right around here might be a good spot to bring up Donjero. Just in discussion with what are we going to do, A, after Link has moved on while they search for a new guitarist, but also maybe some additional acts, an opener, as it were, for their performance in Clocktown. It doesn't necessarily need to create any kind of massive, like, search thing. Obviously, for us to take care of it in the game, we have to do a whole bunch of side questing. I'm going to have to take care of several mini-bosses again. I'm not going to do it right now. That'll be something I take care of next time. But as a form of contact and as a friend, stuff like that. Creates a just a way to get Donjero's whole thing in. So it's only not even midnight on the second day, which means what I'm going to do is I am going to do an interrupt save. And when we pick this back up next time, we will take care of Donjero as well as deal with the few things that I can remember off the top of my head that can only be done in the Great Bay after things have been taken care of. I think there's only one other thing that needs to be done, so both of those things should not take all that much time. That's my hope, anyway. And then we will be able to progress to the canyon and to Epona. So as Link waves farewell, and as I head over to the owl for the interrupt save, thank you all so much for being here. However you have been participating, however long you have been here. If you are on YouTube, I hope you have been enjoying these story discussions, and I would love to hear some of the thoughts that you have on the ways that I think it would be kind of cool for the story to expand itself. There we go. And if you would like to see these discussions and these playthroughs live, I'm always on Twitch on a pretty regular basis, and I stream Zelda essentially every single Monday evening starting at 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern. I hope that you might find the time to stop on by. Come join the discussion. Come enjoy the adventure. It would be absolutely wonderful to see you somewhere out there in the multiverse.